Okay, fine. வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க யாராவது இப்படி போவாங்க வேணும் அப்படின்னா வச்சு பாருங்க வாங்கிடலாம் Video on pen.
Associate Professor and Head Department of EFL to welcome the gathering. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Vilasini, for the wonderful welcome. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Rajesh Kumar sir, distinguished Dean Dr. C. Sundar sir, revered Professor Shanchitra, heads of various departments, participants joined virtually and physically, faculty members from my department and other departments, research scholars, and my dear students. A warm and pleasant good morning to everyone. With the blessings of Almighty, I am honored to welcome you all to this two-day international conference on Voices Unbound, New Frontiers in Language, Literature, and Psychology. On behalf of the Department of EFL and Psychology, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our chairman sir, co-chairman sir, and the management committee members for providing us with this opportunity to grow further in academia. I'm delighted to welcome our chief guest, Professor Rajesh Kumar sir, Head and Professor Linguistics and Language, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Madras. Your presence is a great honor for us, sir. Your expertise in linguistics and language will undoubtedly enrich our conference, and we look forward to your keynote address. We welcome you, sir. I also extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Dean, Dr. C. Sundar sir. Your support and guidance have been invaluable to us, and we appreciate your commitment to fostering academic excellence. We welcome you, sir. A hearty welcome to Professor Shan Chitra, Department of AFL, SRM Katangulutur. Your presence make us special today to enjoy your session on gendered narratives of vulnerability, exploring power, identity, and resilience in literature. We welcome you, ma'am. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Poonam Shahe from Ranchi University, Dr. Mahendran from University of Malaysia, who are going to connect it with us virtually for their plenary sessions. We welcome you, sir and ma'am. I'm feeling grateful to welcome the session chairs of this conference and the heads of the departments from various departments, participants, faculty members, and research scholars and students. I would like to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate our conference organizers, student volunteers, and staff members who have worked tirelessly to make this event success. This conference promises to be an enriching experience with a diverse range of papers, presentations that will explore new frontiers in language, literature, and psychology. We have an exciting lineup of speakers. We will look forward to engage discussions and debates. Once again, I welcome you all to this conference and I wish you all fruitful and engaging experience. Thank you all.
Thank you, dear madam, for your warm words of welcome. An event like this cannot happen just like that on a day. Many have burnt their midnight oil for the commencement of this program. It would be most befitting to welcome Dr. K. Kavita, who is one of the conveners of this conference, to brief about the conference's objectives and to introduce the chief guest with us. I welcome you, madam.
Good morning to all. Distinguished chief guests, esteemed speakers, respected colleagues, and dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the two-day international conference titled Voices Unbound, Exploring New Frontiers in English, Language, Literature, and Psychology, scheduled to take place today and tomorrow in a hybrid mode. This conference is a celebration of ideas, perspective, and innovations that challenges boundaries and redefine how we perceive and engage with English language, literature, and psychology in our ever-changing global landscape. In today's interconnected world, these disciplines have evolved beyond traditional paradigm, embracing new frontiers such as digital narratives, interdisciplinary studies, cultural studies, and psychopolitical discourses. The goal of our international conference, Voices Unbound, is to create a platform where scholars, educators, practitioners, and students from diverse backgrounds can come together to exchange insight, spark dialogues, and collectively explore the transformative power of literature, language, and psychology. Over the next 2 days, we will witness thought-provoking keynote addresses, stimulating paper presentation, and engaging panel discussion. The hybrid mode of this conference also ensures inclusivity, allowing participants from across the globe to join us virtually, therefore, thereby enriching our discussion with varied perspectives. As the convener, it is my hope that this conference will ignite meaningful conversations, foster collaborations, and equip us with fresh ideas to carry forward. Let us embrace this opportunity to push boundaries, challenge norms, and expand the horizon of our understanding. I extend my heart gratitude to all the whose tireless effort who have made this conference a reality. I also thank our presenters, participants, attendees for this enthusiasm and commitment to making this a vibrant intellectual experience. I would love to convey that we have received near about 280 papers and we have received near about 30 to 40 participants over here and we have received 12 international participants through virtual mode and we are having 6 experts talk over here. It's our pleasure to welcome you all and to convey thank you once again and I wish all an enriching and successful conference today and tomorrow. Thank you. I take immense pleasure today to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Rajesh Kumar now. Language is the roadmap of a culture. It tells us where its people come from and where they are going. I take this beautiful quote to tell about our chief guest, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, that he explores structural and socio-linguistic dimensions of language as the reflection of identity, cognition, and societal transformation. He is a distinguished professor of linguistics in the Department of Humanities and Social Science at the Indian Institute of Technology of Madras, Chennai. He is a PhD graduate from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Dr. Kumar has previously held teaching and research position as IIT Kanpur, IIT Patna, and the University of Texas at Austin. With over 2 decades of academic contribution, his research interests include the natural language syntax, typology of social Asian language, multilingualism in education, and socio-political dimension of language. He has done a lot of academic journey embodies a quest to uncover the intricate relationship between the structural and social linguistic dimension of language with an illustrious career spanning globally renowned many institutions. He has worked in several projects which have been rooted in fostering inclusivity and accessibility in linguistic education and also policy making aiming to bridge the gap between language theory and its practical implications. As a committed educator, he has numerous research projects which has focused on language proficiency, educational content development, and linguistic diversity. He is an active member of various linguistic pedagogical associations. Dr. Kumar continues to shape the future of linguistics through his innovative and socially relevant research. We are deeply honored to have you, sir, here with us. Let us have his insight will undoubtedly inspire and guide us with which we navigate this uncharted waters. Thank you, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kavita, for briefing about the conference's objectives and introducing the resource person with us. And dear audience, this program is streamed to the YouTube live. So I request the participants to give your full and earnest support for the success of this program. Now it's time to honor the dignitaries on the days. May I call upon our respected Dean to honor our chief guest, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, Head Professor of Linguistics and Language, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Madras, with a memento. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon our respected Dean once again to honor Dr. K. Shanti Chitra, Professor, Department of English, our beloved guest, with a memento. Thank you very much, sir. We are honored to have with us Dr. C. Sundar, our esteemed Dean of SRM FSH Ramapuram, who has been a guiding force in all the achievements. Let us extend a warm welcome to our Dean, to his unwavering commitment to excellence and innovation. It is my privilege to invite the respected Dean to share his invites with us today. Now, please join me in welcoming the Dean, of whose leadership has been instrumental in shaping us meticulously, and I take privilege to call our respected Dean to deliver the address.
Distinguished guest of the day, Professor Rajesh Kumar, Professor and Head Linguistic and Language, Department of Humanities and Social Science. So one of the premier institute in the world, IIT Madras. Our well-wisher, Dr. Shanti Chitra ma'am, former head of the department, Department of EFL, SRM IST, Katangulutur. Beloved head of the department, Department of English and Psychology, Dr. Sridevi. The conference conveners and my colleagues of Department of EFL, delegates and research scholars from various reputed institutions, and my dear student friends. So happy morning to one and all present. It gives me immense pleasure and privilege to be part of this international conference, Voices Unbound, Frontier in Linguistic, Literature and Psychology. So the title itself impressive, and so during the brief note about the conference, Dr. Kavita has informed us more than 280 papers received for this particular conference. It's one of the remarkable record. So at this present juncture, so lot of institute they are organizing international conference, but getting paper it's somewhat very difficult. So I know personally, still to get 20 to 30 paper itself, it's somewhat difficult. It's challenging for the department to organize international conference, but the Department of EFL, they received 280 paper, not only for in Tamil Nadu or in India, across the globe, even paper from Malaysia and paper from other Middle East country they received. It's a great work. It replicates the great work done by the department. So my personal appreciation to every one of the Department of EFL. So dear students, now the title, I said title itself very impressive, Voices Unbound. So voice for the voiceless. So probably man is a social animal. So we start evolve ourselves, evolution. So probably 10,000, someone says, and 1 lakh year. So before 1 lakh year, the journey has started of evolution. And slowly, the developmental aspect of the social animal or the human, the most important, powerful thing he invented is the language, it's the communication. So you know the origin of language or origin of communication. So it evolved its own time, its own shape. But at present, so we are at most in a technological way. Still, what the trend is happening in the sense, so after man had invented the language, and the linguistic, whatever it may be, and he done a lot of work. It comes under the literature, but now machines are learning, and machine again the change. That is a cycle. Now the change happens. So now each and every machines they are learning, and especially they are learning the language. So this is, I categorize this particular conference theme as a two different topic. One thing is voice for the voiceless. The another thing is, so what is the current trend happening and what is the scope for the EFL student, a literature student, as well as a psychology student. So your scope is much more better than the technological student. Even any student perceiving a BTech computer science or BTech ECE, your scope is much more than that technological student, but you have to open up your mind and you have to learn and you have to see how things are changing outside world. But your demand for a literature student is very, very high. But we assume, we predetermine ourselves. So we are coming under BA, we are coming under the English literature. It's not have that much of scope. And only the engineering, those are joined engineering program, so they have better scope, but that's not the condition. I will explain you. But voice for voiceless is the two thing. You can give your voice, giving your voice to the voiceless, or you are being a voice to the voiceless. So right, starting from again the social animal, and whoever giving voice to the voiceless and whoever being the voice to the voiceless, they become a very great leaders. It's a classical example, lot of example we can use to quote. And even if you take Martin Luther King, said he be the voice for the voiceless. A number of so Black Americans, so they are suppressed, they are oppressed for different things. So one man, he come out and he given the voice to the n number of the African American or the Blacks or Negroes. So the same thing for India, the classical example of Mahatma Gandhi. But a lot of other leaders are there, but they are come out with and they proved themselves, and they have their own crores of crores followers. They followed the whatever the principle design and derived by the particular leader. So there he has given the voices to crores of Indian population towards the Indian freedom, and then he become a very great and inspired leader. So it should not, we have to extend our voice to the voiceless people. So as a student, now if you completed your program, you join in any other organization, you become as a manager, you become as a team leader. So under your team, probably 10 to 15 workers are working under your team. You should be the voice for your team, and you have to take care your team, and you have to protect your team, and you have to upgrade or develop your team. You have to lead the team. So it is not only applicable to the great leaders or the great freedom fighters or the political scenario. It is applicable to every one of us. So suppose if you are in the family, but we have to extend our voice to the voiceless. So the topic is much more relevant at this present juncture. And nowadays, what the challenge, what we are facing in the sense, we are losing our analytical mindset. So we are not used to think and we are not used to analyze. So what is what? So the impact of social media, the impact of other digital medias, so they'll deviate our thought into the different direction. It's very difficult for us to choose. So what is right and what is wrong? So as a student of English literature, it is your responsibility. You have to create awareness and you have to create such kind of ecosystem. So you have to make the people to think in a rational way, in an analytical sense. So that much of your role should be played very important at this present juncture. So this is the part. You have to be a voice for the voiceless, that you have to take as a habit or as a role for the future. So once if we extend to the corporate community. The second thing is, already I pointed out, now machines are learning. And so now we are talking about artificial intelligence. Now we are talking about AGI, so artificial general intelligence. So we are in the fourth industrial revolution. So why we are talking about AI? So what is the scope for, we are talking about in Department of EFL program. So a lot of scope and a lot of meaning is there. It's meaningful. And now we are talking about AGI. Now in the fourth industrial revolution, so there is an interaction between the machines and the human. You can see that Alexa, you can take Alexa, you can take Google Siri. So there is a lot of interaction happening machine with the human. So this interaction time bound and time spent will be increased for the short down the line, probably another 1 year or 2 years. The interaction between the machine and human, it will be more, and each and every moment we like to interact with the machine in the future. So now we can give, they are acting as a virtual assistant. So now we are giving a number of commands. So they are understanding our language and they are obeying our command and they are doing the task, whatever the task we are giving to the machine, so they are doing. You can imagine the architecture, you can imagine the technology, so how it has reached out. So without the support of the literature, so without the support of the language teachers or language researcher, it will not happen, because both computer science and with linguistic, so put together, combined, and they develop. So now normally we call it as a, say in computer terminology, I hope anyone can NLP. So what is NLP? Natural language processing. So now things are happening in such a way that usual casual language, hey Siri, just call Ramesh. Immediately Siri acted as and is making call to Ramesh, and immediately call goes, hey Siri, just you can restart the program. Immediately it understand our command and they are doing that. So such type of, normally we called as this technology origin in 1950, normally we call as computational linguistic. So computer science and the literature put together. So now we derive the terminology computational linguistic. So a lot of advancement of research is happening. You can, so it's an advanced version is ChatGPT. So you can see that you can give n number of command. So immediately the ChatGPT respond and it give the answer. So if you put a ChatGPT left side, if I'm standing in the right side, definitely ChatGPT won the race. So because if you ask me, so what is the difference between America and Africa? I could not able to tell what is the difference between America and Africa. Immediately in the left side, if you ask ChatGPT what is the difference between America and Africa, so immediately ChatGPT says that, okay, 14,000 miles. Immediate fraction of second. If you put enter, immediately it will say this, it is 14,000 miles. So you can imagine the technology. You can imagine the challenge faced by the professor, challenge faced by the humanity. So what will be the human race? What type of challenge will face in future if that artificial intelligence touched the range of super intelligence? If the machine itself know the same thing in the movie of Endiran. If a machine knows that how to develop another thing equivalent to probably another 3 to 4 years, the machine will also touch to the super intelligence. And if in that case, so we don't know, as a human, we have now, we thought that we are only the super intelligent. So we can invent, we can design, we can do the process. We can do it, but the situation will change in the future. So in that scope, so we have to reskill and upskill ourselves to sustain in this competitive world. So always we have to learn, continuous learning. We have to upskill ourselves. So even we are in the experience, probably 25 years or 30 years of experience. If we are not upskill or reskill ourselves, we could not able to sustain in the near future. Probably next year itself, we don't know what type of technology will comes in, then we will be obsolete. So such kind of rapid force and rapid technology development is happening. So this computational linguistic, definitely there will be a big scope for a literature student. So your role for development of new technology, understanding the mission, probably so natural. Now the thing is English is a common language. So most of the mission now they understand the English language. So probably now the research is going happen. So linguistic languages, regional languages, the machine will understand its course. And even if you develop, your role is much more important. The machine should understand the regional languages. So in that, the advanced technology will reach out to the rural people also. So now this technology will not able to reach out the rural people because so there is a barrier in communication. The machine will understand only the English. But if you develop such kind, if you train the machine to understand the regional also, it will reach out the rural. So the entire mass changes will happen. So we don't know how the direction will move. But anyway, as a human, so we know how to adapt and we know how to rise up. But things will, we have to wait and see how technology will move in. So lot of scope is there. But the title, I don't know whether the department has taken the wonderful title of Voices Unbound. And anyway, as a student, I request only one request only today as a conference, you keenly wait, observe and listen and note down. So because we have guest and guest of honor. So both are well experienced and Rajesh Kumar sir from, so all your 3 to 4 IITs like IIT Patna, IIT Kanpur, now IIT Madras. So rich experience in the field of linguistics. So whatever the valuable insights is going to deliver probably another couple of minutes. Just listen and you can take down. So these opportunity you cannot get. Even ChatGPT cannot give such kind of exposure. So because now we are in the super intelligent team, ChatGPT will give, but not equal to as an experienced professor. So we are also eagerly waiting to know what type of developmental changes happening in the linguistic and language, so as well as psychology. So again, I appreciate the student of psychology also part of this conference. Psychology, and now another terminology called psycholinguistic. So computational linguistic, they combined with the literature with the computer science, and the computer science is linked with the psychology, psycholinguistic. So linguistic is study of language and psychology is study of brain. So both we know the emotions, we should know the entire human aspect. So psychology also plays a very vital role at this present juncture. And we should know now they are giving emotion to the system. So that type of research is happening. So now we give emotions, we give the entire thing. So machines will act as an actual human. So we don't know, probably down the line, another 4 years or 5 years, the robot also will be sitting in the audience side. They also listen the international conference. They will come forward to present paper and all, they will give equal competition to the human race. So that will also be the possibility. That will also be the situation in the near future. So with this, I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Department of EFL, providing me an opportunity to present the presidential address. So on this, it's a chance to meet my friends of Department of EFL and the Department of Psychology student. So you have a lot of scope and my best wishes every one of you. Again, my appreciation to the Department EFL and head of the department for organizing such kind of wonderful conference at this right time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you for blessing us with this presence and valuable contributions regarding literature, psychology, and AI as well. We truly appreciate the continued support and vision of our team, which inspires events like this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great excitement and honor that we now come to one of the most anticipated moments of this event. To deliver the special address, we are privileged to have with us an individual whose achievements and vision are truly inspiring, a leader, trailblazer, and a guiding force in educational institution. With an illustrious career and spanning number of years, he has made significant contributions in various fields. It is indeed a great honor for us to have him here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Rajesh Kumar, Professor, Head, Linguistics and Language, Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Madras, as he delivers the inaugural address today. Let's put our hands together in applause.
Thank you. Dr. Sundar, Dean of the Faculty. Dr. Sridevi, Head of the Department. Dr. Kavita, the convener of this conference. It's a great privilege for me to be speaking in front of the participants of this conference. It's been my hobby to listen to people and participate in events like these, whenever I find an opportunity, usually I do not turn down any such opportunities because it helps me keep myself updated, and also it helps me see what happens on the ground. This is because, as you know, I teach at IIT Madras. We don't need to introduce IIT Madras. IIT Madras is the top ranking institution of this country. It has very high ranking positions across technological institutions in the world as well. That gives us a lot of introduction. I have worked at many other institutes as well. I started teaching at the age of 26 at University of Texas, which got 65,000 students every year. I was working in a department which has 85 people on the faculty. 85 people did not meet with each other even in the whole semester. But, and I can go on and tell you about what we have done. That's not that important. As I said, I like to attend such opportunities because it always reminds me of my beginning point. I started from, I'm a little tempted to tell you this part. I started from a school which did not have a building. It didn't have electricity. I am 48 years old. I'm not talking about 2,000 years ago of human evolution or anything. I'm only talking about things that happened 20, 25 years ago. We didn't have buildings, we didn't have schools, we didn't have toilets in the schools, and more often, we didn't have teachers also. And it was also true that sometimes the students did not come to schools, sometimes teachers did not. It was that kind of a school. Until I went to high school, I didn't know how to write my name with Roman alphabet letters. That was when I was 13 years. Now, I stopped there at that point. I can tell you a lot of other things, but I was tempted to talk about this looking at the title of this conference, Voices Unbound, which was elaborated by your dean, the Voices for the Voiceless. In the process of learning, as I said, you can conclude, there was nothing exciting in the school that I attended. I attended a government school. I don't mean to criticize governments or government-aided schools, but such was the situation of the schools, and other schools which could have provided better education was not within our capacity or reach for us to attend to. So there was no voice. Okay. In the entire process of learning, when I was growing up simultaneously, understanding the process of learning, I made as my career. And this is what I do even now. Linguistics, language, all these things can be elaborated at length. But the crux of all that is I work on how we learn. There is a famous educational scientist. So how we learn is also part of education. You may have heard the name of Michael Halliday. there is a very famous findings of his entire career where he mentions that if we want to understand how we learn language, that is the foundation of understanding how we learn anything. Please pay attention to learn. How do we learn anything? If you go back and think, how did we learn language? The language that you speak, how did you learn? Michael Halliday, through this quote, is taking us to that point. It is true that language is our voice. And probably English as language, which is the language of the world, is voice for everything. But take a moment and think with me. We perform better with the language that we did not spend time learning. If you speak Tamil, if you speak Malayalam, Telugu, and compare it with English, unless you learned English as a child, your fluency, your accuracy, and your overall capacity of English is not equivalent to your first language. And it is true that we don't spend any time learning our first language. Now, this is the beginning point for us to think about learning. How did it happen that we learned so effortlessly our first language that we perform so well in that? I'm trying to stick to only one aspect of it, aspect of language. So Michael Halliday takes us to that point of learning, which is if we make an effort in understanding how we learn language, then we know the foundation of learning anything. Now, if you compare the learning of language, you will realize that the first thing that captures your attention is we did not make any effort of learning that. Neither did we, nor in millions of years later, children born will not have to make any effort in learning language. We humans are self-wired in a genetic programmed fashion to learn language. Therefore, it is not possible for anyone to stop anybody from learning language. Think about it. We can't stop a child from learning a language. You can decide whether a child learns music or not. You can decide whether a child learns dancing or not, or driving, swimming. You add anything to the list. Only one point where you cannot control and decide is the language that the child is going to speak. The other aspect of it is, A, you cannot control the learning of language for a child. B, you cannot decide what language the child will learn as the first language. Meaning, if the child is growing up in the social environment of Tamil, the child will not speak Hindi or French or German. And the other way around. If a child is growing up in French-speaking society, Hindi-speaking society, Bangla-speaking society, the child will not learn Tamil, Telugu, or Malayalam. It is not connected with who we are born to. It is not genetic. It is purely social. purely related to the growing up. In other words, what goes in. We definitely learn a language on the basis of what we hear. We learn only that language. Now, this is just a description of what a child learns. So far I have told you only two things. A, we cannot stop a child from learning a language, and we cannot decide which language I want my child to speak. Right? It's not an app that we install on our machines. We don't download language Tamil, install here, and start to speak. That's not going to be possible. Okay. At the same time, if I want that, no, I don't want to install any app. That is also not going to be possible. So in that sense, learning of language is innate and intuitive to humans. Rest of it remains open for our exploration. Like your dean mentioned, when did humans start speaking? What's the history of human evolution? How many years has it happened since unicellular organism developed into multicellular organism? All of it is matter of scientific exploration or speculations on the other side. To be frank, nobody knows exact number of years. The moment scientists start telling you 2 lakhs years ago, does it even make any sense? 2 lakhs years ago or 2 million years ago, we lose our interest by the time we speculate how many zeros are there in that. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to undermine scientific efforts in exploring such things. The point is, it's historic in nature. But important point is, it must have started at some point. Okay, so that's one specific aspect of language which must attract everybody's attention. I'll complete this section by telling you this is part of general knowledge. It should attract everybody's attention. Why does it happen that we spend so much time learning a language like English, and we still don't find ourselves so comfortable if we compare it with the language that we have learned effortlessly? It should attract everybody's attention, and this should be one of the puzzles for anybody. So at one point, I stop on that side. On the other side, language happens to be only one aspect of humans or human beings. In the sense that, okay, allow me another moment to complete another aspect of that. Language happens to be the only thing, like I said, we don't control. We don't control the learning of it, but we can control the learning of everything else. If I don't make an effort to learn dancing, I won't know dancing. But that's not true for language. Now, the other point at this moment I want to make is language and learning of language is different from learning of everything else. Okay, this has given birth to another huge domain, which is called cognitive science. What your department of psychology, understanding human psychology is equally fascinating. And I would also take this opportunity to tell you these boundaries that we make between language, literature, psychology, sociology, these things are for our own convenience. In totality, these things are not divided. We don't understand human psychology without language. At the same time, we don't understand human language without understanding human psychology. These are big terms. what is psychology, what is cognition. These are just big terms. Whenever you want to scare somebody, you can throw these terms. In order to make these things simple, all these things are effort in understanding how humans work, how humans behave, what they do in society. And at that point, you will realize it is good that we don't know about others. Just imagine if we knew about what's happening in someone else's mind. If we could see through that, the world will be a messy place. Okay? The person sitting next to you may be thinking great things about you, or maybe thinking worse things about you. Not just the person thinking next to you, sitting next to you, anybody else in the world. So, not knowing what others know or what's going on in someone else's mind is, in a way, bliss. Probably this is why somebody said ignorance is bliss. Knowing things is painful. Learning is even more painful. Psychology helps us explore all these things. So if you take what I have said before and connect it with human psychology, human cognition, all kinds of learning can be put in one basket, and that's called general purpose cognition. The distinction is, for everything else, we have to make effort. It's only language for which we don't have to make efforts. Allow me to add a footnote here. When I say we don't have to make efforts, I only mean as a child for the first language. We do need to make effort to learn a language as an adult if we need to know anything else. So this capacity is open only for 10 to 12 years of age, 0 to 12. And understanding, learning, sociology, society, psychology, all about children is the fascinating domain of learning. Your dean also mentioned about technological advancements. If you examine and begin from this perspective of learning, machine learning or any kind of learning for machine is not possible. I say this with responsibility and little understanding that I have in these disciplines, unless we know how human mind works. Okay? Unless we know how we learn. It's common sense. Just think about it. Unless I know how I learn, how will I make anyone else learn? Okay? You just take a very simple example. Many of you know cycling. If you are asked to write a rule book like this on 2 pages, what are the steps for learning to ride a cycle? We will start sweating. Try doing this exercise for yourself after this conference. Write a manual for learning cycling, or pick anything. Write a manual for learning to dance. You can tell few things to others, but writing steps will be very difficult. Okay, but you can tell these things only when you know these steps. This in the combination of different disciplines like computational linguistics, psycholinguistics, and linguistics in general helps us understand different steps of learning of language. How does it happen that at what stage do we learn to make a word? Do we learn to make a word before learning to make a sentence, or after that? How many words do you think you know? How many sentences do you think you? Probably we don't pay attention to these things. How many words every day do you use? The point is, these things are so natural, so intuitive to us that we don't pay attention. The entire discipline of machine learning is not the first attempt in human history to create intelligent machine. Now, if I ask you, what is the physical mechanism of seeing? Our eyes sees everything in front of us. What is the physical mechanism of seeing? It will be very hard for us to describe. But if you want to know the value and significance of seeing, talk to the person who doesn't see. The value of our eyesight becomes known to you only when you see or talk to somebody who can't see. My point is, whatever comes naturally and effortlessly to us, we don't value such things. Or value is not the right term. What I'm trying to say is we don't pay much attention to it. It's normal. Like how we breathe, we don't pay attention to that. How oxygen is available in an environment, we don't pay attention to that. We get worried about it only when the content of oxygen goes lower and air pollution goes higher. We pay attention to that. Okay. So we don't pay attention to things that comes naturally to us. I'm trying to explain this thing to you to say all these steps are relevant in helping another machine learn. Then there are several steps involved in this, which is like you heard about Siri or Alexa. How does it happen that when we say Alexa stop, the machine stops? It has capacity. When we speak, all our speech sound gets automatically converted into electrical signals. And there is another receptor, another machine there which receives it and takes these electrical signals and unpacks it in language. And then converts it that we need to stop. It can also start. But we get surprised by how it does. There is nothing surprising if you know how it really does, because it is predicated upon learning and language and how human mind works. 20th century, which we are approaching end of the first quarter of 21st century. Okay. The later half of the 20th century was known for information technology. 21st century is going to be known for understanding how human language contributes its role in understanding how machines work. In other words, intersection between mind and machine, language and machine, is going to be the crux of scientific explanatory revelations. Whether we are looking at computer science, electrical engineering, language studies, each one of them is going to be directed to designing an intelligent system, which is simple system that works the way. What's the meaning of designing an intelligent machine? In simple words, it means a machine that works the way human mind does. We don't need to charge human mind. We don't need to tell human mind what to do. But we need to switch this machine on. We need to charge it. The machine doesn't work on its own. So it may be too far away from the real goal, but systematic and stepwise advancements in all these fields in a collaborative fashion tells you we are in the right direction and we will reach there. third and last point that I have to make is it's not that only people with a technical degree can understand or do these things. A well-designed experiment and understanding of human psychology, a well-designed experiment and understanding of literature and nuances of language, each one of them have equal roles in contributing to machine development. Like, we need to understand how electrical signals work, how we how we design mathematical algorithms. These efforts in isolation are not going to mean much. They are going to work only when we are going to put them together and one intersects with the other. That's going to be the future of academic endeavor and enterprise in the coming days. We work on these parts. I'm done with what I had to say about language, and I would like to stop by telling you another simple findings about language for you to think. When we ask anybody, what is language? Okay, you ask somebody, what is how do we analyze data? People will take some time to answer this question. And a lot of people may tell you, I don't know the answer to this question. But do this experiment by yourself. Ask somebody, what is language? You will not find anybody who will not answer this question. Everybody will answer this question. What is language and what do we do with language? What will be a common answer to this? Had it? It's the most common answer from anybody. Okay, it's a tool for communication, right? Have you thought about this or you have heard about it somewhere? You may have heard about it somewhere. Now, I'm not suspecting your understanding. What I am trying to underline is think about it a little bit. It doesn't need any specific expertise. If the purpose of language is to communicate with one another, then why do we speak so many different languages? Life will be much simpler, not just in Chennai or Tamil Nadu. Across the world, people just spoke one language. That language could be either Tamil or English or anything else. Think about it and answer this question for yourself. You don't have to answer to me. Don't you think communication will be easier? In that sense, if there are so many languages across the world that we don't even know, do we know the names of all the languages spoken in the world? We probably don't even know the names of all the languages spoken in Tamil Nadu. We probably don't know all the languages spoken in Chennai. Right? Try finding out. The search engines can give you answers to many things. Dean also mentioned about ChatGPT. Try doing this experiment. ChatGPT, any kind of search engine, does not have answer to the question, how many languages are spoken in the world? There is no answer to this question. That is, I'm leaving this question right here because it requires a lot to get into to understand what is language. To complete that part, if language is a medium of communication, would communication not be easier if we spoke just one language? The fact that the world speaks more than 6,000 languages shows language to be exactly contrary, the obstacle in communication. So how is language a medium of communication? It appears to be like an obstacle in communication. But is it really an obstacle? Answer is no. It is only through language that we construct knowledge, our thought, and we send it to others. And among all 6,000 languages, English is one such language which historically developed in such a way that it is used in almost all countries of the world. When I say 6,000 languages, I don't have a total number. I mean approximate number. But whatever is that X, English is one language which is spoken by speakers of all other languages. The other way around is not true. Okay, speakers of English won't speak all other languages. But speakers of all other languages, some people from the community definitely speak English. This is the reason why English is such a powerful tool, such a powerful language, which we use to do everything. This aspect of a study of language is something different. So you take any aspect of the study of language. It may intersect with anything. Society, politics. Allow me another moment. Language, when we talk about society and politics, language happens to be the strongest marker of our identity. Okay. A lot of speakers of language do not gather together to make rules of language. There has been no conference where people sat and decided these are the rules of language. Okay. But speakers of the language develop a language as a strong marker of their identity. We can't change that. It's like our DNA. Somebody who learned, who grew up speaking Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, can't decide after 20 years that from now onwards, like we decide about many things. I'm going to change my city. Now I don't want to live in Chennai, I'm going to live in Trivandrum. I don't want to wear a particular dress. From tomorrow, I will wear something else. We can decide these things, but we can't decide after 20 years, or let's say even 12 years of age, that my first language is going to be another language. That's not possible. It is foundation of these things which construct social identity. And if you explore it carefully, it becomes stronger than many other components of our identity, including religion. Language becomes stronger than anything else. So the main point of the main contention of this whole discussion is language is central for us being human. It is language which defines our existence, and it is language which is effortless to us. Language cannot be separated from identity, society, and humans. All other aspects are byproduct of human and language. So any study cannot be devoid of that. Such is the significance of the study of language in multiple disciplines. We just cannot do anything. Let me stop. And by saying, we just cannot do anything without language. Thank you so much for listening to me and for this.
Thank you so much, sir. We hope to carry the inspiration from your address throughout this event and beyond as we work towards it. Thank you.
Gratitude is the noblest of all virtues. Here comes Mrs. Maithili Hasan, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and who is also one of the conveners of this conference to propose the vote of thanks. Welcome you, madam. Thank you, ma'am. As one of the conveners of the conference, I take huge privilege. As one of the conveners of the conference, I take huge privilege to record my thanks for the inaugural session of this conference, Voices Unbound, Exploring New Frontiers in English Language, Literature and Psychology. First and foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, for honoring us with his presence and delivering an inspiring inaugural address. Your thought-provoking insights have truly set the tone and the foundation for the enriching discussions that lie ahead, and have provided us with a unique perspective on the intersections of these interdisciplinary fields of psychology, literature, and language. Next, I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Shanti Chitra, Dr. Poonam Sahe, and Dr. Mahendran, who will be enlightening us with their engaging and thought-provoking plenary sessions. Your inspiring perspectives will undoubtedly enlighten and add immense value to this conference and its objectives. My heartfelt gratitude goes to our honorable chairman and revered co-chairman. Their visionary leadership continues to guide us in our pursuit of academic excellence. I also extend my thanks to our Chief Director, Associate Director, to our revered Dean and Vice Principal for their unwavering support and encouragement in organizing this event. A special note of appreciation is due to our head of the department for her constant guidance and encouragement throughout this endeavor. Your leadership has been instrumental in bringing this event to fruition. I would like to acknowledge the relentless efforts of the organizing committee. Your dedication, meticulous planning, and tireless hard work have transferred this idea into a successful reality. From conceptualization to execution, your teamwork has been exemplary and deeply appreciated. I register my thanks to the faculty members of Tamil, French, and Hindi wings for their support. I also wish to express my gratitude to the distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants who have traveled from far and near to join us here in this conference. Your willingness to share your expertise and engage in meaningful discussions reflects the very essence of this conference. A special thanks to the technical team whose behind-the-scenes efforts have ensured the seamless conduct of this inaugural session. Your contributions, though often unseen, are highly invaluable. I'll thank the heads and the program coordinators and also the faculty members of various departments of Faculty of Science and Humanities for their valuable presence and support. Finally, I would like to thank each and every one of you present here today. Your active participation underscores the relevance and significance of the themes we aim to explore. Let us utilize this platform to amplify voices, challenge boundaries, and pave the way for new insights in language, literature, and psychology. With that, I would like to wrap up the session and extend my heartfelt gratitude to all and look forward to an intellectually rewarding conference ahead. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Dear audience, now we'll break for tea for 5 minutes, and I request you all to come after 5 minutes sharp. Okay, the tea will be served outside the hall. After tea break, we'll be having Dr. Poonam Nigam Shale, ma'am's plenary session through Zoom link.
Time is going on.
Blessing.
Good morning, Poonam ma'am. Poonam ma'am, are you available? Yes. Good
Yes,
morning, ma'am.
hello.
Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, very good morning. Good morning. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Anybody? Stand right now.
Good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning.
Now let's start our plenary session today.
Right.
Here comes Dr. Blessy, Assistant Professor, Department of EFL, to introduce the resource person to us.
I take immense pleasure to welcome today's resource person to the plenary session to Dr. Poonam Nigam Shawge. She is the head and the associate professor of English at the University Department of English, Ranchi University, Jharkhand. She teaches literature, language, linguistics, guiding PG and PhD students for their dissertations. She has attended several national and international conferences and published quite few articles in reputed journals. She wears many hats from time to time, being an expert scholar, bilingual writer, and a published poet, editor, reviewer, reporter, freelancer, and a motivational speaker. She has published 8 books to her credit. Her range of interest is varied, be it literature, languages, gardening, or soulful music. She is an expert in cooking too. She is also a popular anchor in Doordarshan and Air for various programs and talk shows. She has won many awards to her credit as well. I am very much delighted to invite you as a speaker to this plenary session too, titled Exploring New Frontiers in Language and Literature. The session is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angelina. Uh, thank you for introducing me. Sorry, it was Blessy, I suppose. Thank you. And I would like to begin my speech right now.
Ma'am, your audio is not muted, ma'am.
Am I
Can you please unmute?
I'm
You are not audible.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mm, Respected patrons, Dr. R. Shivakumar and Mr. S. Niranjan sir, all chairpersons, organizing secretary, Dr. T. Devi, conveners Dr. K. Kavita and Dr. K.C. Maithili, members of the organizing committee, conference delegates, Professor Thomas J. Lin, Meena Kandaswamy, Dr. Paushali Bhaduri, Professor Madhya, Dr. Mahendran, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, whom I heard very nicely, and Dr. K. Shanti Chitra, and all the conference mates present over here, as my colleagues and my learned students also. It is heartening to be addressing here today a conference on English and foreign languages. And today I wish to speak on exploring new frontiers in language and literature. I believe all of you are quite familiar with this topic, but still it needs to be discussed. And therefore, I launch on the same. Now, language and literature are ever changing fields that continuously adapt to the evolving human experience. New technologies, cultural shifts, and global movements create new ways to conceptualize and understand literature. The conventional boundaries of what constitutes a literary work are being redrawn with new media and emerging genres, creating possibilities never before imagined. From digital literature to the rise of artificial intelligence in creative fields, posthumanism, translingualism, and the blending of genres, today's literary landscape is extremely rich with innovation. Now, language and literature, as we know, have always been pivotal to human expression, shaping cultures and histories. However, the 21st century marks a transformative era where technology, globalization, and evolving social dynamics are redefining their boundaries. Digital media, artificial intelligence, and hybrid linguistic forms are reshaping not only how literature is created and consumed, but also how language evolves as a cultural tool. Technological advances have democratized literary production. Digital platforms enable authors to bypass traditional gatekeepers, allowing diverse voices to emerge. Self publishing and social media provide unprecedented access to audiences, fostering inclusivity and representation in literature. Furthermore, digital literature, spanning ebooks, interactive narratives, and multimedia projects, has expanded the ways readers engage with text. Platforms like TikTok and YouTube blur the line between authorship and readership, creating collaborative spaces for storytelling. AI has introduced both opportunities as well as challenges in literature. Tools like OpenAI's GPT models assist authors in drafting, refining, and exploring creative ideas. These technologies raise ethical questions about authorship, creativity, as well as intellectual property. While AI generated content offers innovative possibilities, it also prompts debates about the roles of human imagination in storytelling. Language itself is undergoing a transformation. Hybrid forms such as translingual literature and code switching reflect the fluidity of contemporary identities. Authors blend languages to capture the complexities of migration, globalization, and cultural intersections. Digital communication, characterized by informal grammar and linguistic innovation, further illustrate how language adapts to modern realities. Digital literature has emerged as a groundbreaking frontier in modern storytelling, transforming narratives into dynamic, interactive, and multimedia driven experiences. I'm sure all of you have witnessed that. Ebooks, audiobooks, and interactive fiction exemplify how literature is adapting to technological advancements, reshaping how stories are created, consumed, and experienced. Ebooks are supported by devices like Kindle and offer portability, accessibility, and vast storage. Enhanced with sound effects and voice acting, provide an immersive experience while making literature more inclusive, particularly for those with visual impairments. Interactive storytelling, as transformative innovation, allows readers to influence narratives through platforms like Twine and Inkle Writer. Unlike linear storytelling, these narratives offer branching paths, reflecting the complexities of our modern life. Readers actively engage, often contributing content, blurring the line between authorship and readership while fostering personalization. These advancements democratize literature by enabling writers to experiment beyond traditional publishing constraints. As globalization intensifies, linguistic and cultural boundaries become increasingly porous, giving rise to new literary forms that draw upon multiple languages and cultural traditions. Translingualism, the practice of blending and mixing languages within a text, has emerged as an important literary technique in contemporary global literature. This practice challenges the traditional assumption that literature is produced in one fixed language and can offer a richer and more complex experience for both the writer and the reader. In some ways, translingualism also serves as a response to linguistic hegemony. Languages such as English, French, and Spanish have historically dominated global discourse, often marginalizing indigenous languages and dialects. The practice of blending languages allows writers to reclaim their linguistic native traditions while simultaneously engaging with the global culture as well. This reflects the hybridity that characterizes much of contemporary life today, where individuals and communities must navigate multiple identities and languages. For example, in post colonial literature, translingualism has often been used to express the complexities of colonial and post colonial identity. Writers like Salman Rushdie in Midnight's Children and Ngugi wa Thiong's Petals of Blood employ hybrid languages to represent the intersection of different colonial and indigenous linguistic traditions. The use of multiple languages or dialects in a single work can reflect the fragmentation of cultural identity as well, which often accompanies colonialism and its aftermath. This blending of languages in literature also opens up new ways of thinking about the relationship between language, culture, and power. By mixing languages, writers are able to challenge the dominance of a single linguistic tradition and expose the multiple, often contradictory, forces that shape identity. We now come to the role of mnemonics. Mnemonics is widely recognized as a transformative tool in language acquisition, offering a structured yet creative approach to mastering vocabulary, grammar, and other linguistic elements. By forming mental associations, these techniques bridge the gap between passive recognition and active recall, which is a critical component of language learning. Methods such as the keyword method, acrostics, and the memory palace allow learners to connect unfamiliar words to vivid imagery or familiar concepts, fostering long term retention and a deeper understanding of the material. These strategies not only make learning efficient, but also inject creativity into the process, making it less monotonous and more enjoyable. The historical and cultural roots of mnemonic techniques enhance their relevance and effectiveness, rooted in practices like the loci method of ancient Greece and the oral traditions of the Indian knowledge systems. Mnemonics leverage storytelling and visualization to create memorable connections. One of the key advantages of mnemonics is their capacity to reduce the cognitive load associated with retrieving information from long term memory. By creating memory bridges that link new material to pre existing knowledge, these techniques facilitate a quicker recall and strengthen connections with the learner's memory network. This is particularly valuable in learning complex languages or large chunks of vocabularies where the sheer volume of information can otherwise overwhelm learners. Mnemonics also encourages active learning by enabling learners to reorganize and personalize information, which leads to improved retention as well as comprehension. Additionally, the integration of humor, repetition, and cultural insights enhances the effectiveness of mnemonics. Humor can transform abstract or difficult concepts into relatable and memorable ideas, while repetition reinforces neural pathways, solidifying the learner's ability to recall information. Cultural insights, on the other hand, contextualize language learning by connecting words or phrases to specific traditions, idioms, or historical references. This fosters not only the linguistic competence but also cultural awareness, which is an essential skill in today's interconnected world. Despite their advantages, mnemonics are not without challenges. Overcomplication or reliance on overly elaborate associations can hinder rather than aid memory retention. To mitigate this, learners should focus on simplicity and clarity when creating mnemonic devices. Now we come to blended learning, which combines traditional face to face instruction with online educational tools and has transformed English teaching and learning. This approach allows educators to integrate digital resources such as interactive exercises, video lessons, and language learning apps with classroom based methods, fostering a more dynamic and flexible learning environment. For English learners, blended learning is a boon. It provides opportunities to engage with authentic materials such as online articles, podcasts, or videos, which enhance listening, reading, and comprehension skills. Interactive platforms can offer grammar exercises, quizzes, and personalized feedback, enabling students to progress at their own pace. Additionally, it supports differentiated instruction, allowing teachers to address the diverse needs of learners by tailoring resources to their proficiency levels. Blended learning also encourages collaboration through online discussion, forums, and group projects, promoting communication skills and active participation. The use of technology enhances motivation and engagement, particularly for young learners who are familiar with digital tools. Furthermore, it prepares students for real world communication by exposing them to language use in various digital contexts, such as emails, blogs, or social media. The rise of artificial intelligence in various sectors, including creative fields, is rapidly transforming the world of literature. In particular, AI generated literature presents an presents an sorry, represents an entirely new frontier in the relationship between technology and creative writing. AI systems such as OpenAI's GPT-3 and Google's BERT have demonstrated impressive capabilities in natural language processing and can produce coherent and creative text in response to specific prompts. The advent of AI, particularly in literature, challenges traditional notions of authorship and creativity. Historically, authorship has been defined by the individual human creator, someone whose work reflects their unique perspective, experience, and voice. With AI generated literature, the concept of the author becomes more fluid. Who owns the rights to a work created by a machine? Is the AI's the creator, or does the credit go to the developers who designed the algorithm? These are questions that the rise of AI brings to the forefront of literary and ethical discussions. Now we come to post-humanism, which is an intellectual and philosophical movement that challenges the human-centered worldview of traditional humanism. It argues that human beings should not be seen as the pinnacle of evolution, sorry, to the central focus of existence. Instead, posthumanism emphasizes the interconnectedness of all life forms and considers the potential futures in which humans are no longer the dominant species on earth. Speculative narratives in literature often explore these ideas, imagining worlds where technology, artificial intelligence, or other forms of non human intelligence surpass human capabilities or reshape society. In post humanist and speculative fiction, humans are no longer the unquestioned central figures in the narrative. Instead, the story may focus on machines, alien species, or even the environment. Writers like Donna Haraway in her Cyborg Manifesto and authors like Octavia Butler, Philip K. Dick, and Margaret Atwood have written about the dissolution of the traditional human boundaries and the creation of new identities, sometimes combining human, machine, and animal elements into hybrid beings. With the growing threat of climate change and environmental degradation, the field of eco criticism has gained increasing prominence in literature. Eco criticism is the study of literature's representation of nature and the environment, focusing on how the humans interact with the natural world and how literature reflects the ecological crisis. Writers today are increasingly turning their attention to issues like climate change and but biodiversity loss and environmental justice, using literature as a tool to raise awareness and inspire action. Eco-critical literature explores how the environment shapes human identities and experiences, as well as how human actions impact the natural world. Nature writing, a genre that reflects on the beauty and importance of the natural world, is perhaps the most direct form of eco criticism. Writers like Rachel Carson and Annie Dillard have long been concerned with the degradation of nature, and their works have inspired many others to reflect on the human nature relationship. Contemporary environmental literature often explores dystopian futures shaped by climate change. In these works, writers use speculative fiction to imagine the potential outcomes of unchecked environmental destruction. The goal of this literature is not merely to entertain, but to provoke thought and inspire change as well. Coming to the COVID 19 pandemic, that has irrevocably altered our understanding of global interconnectedness and human vulnerability. Literature, as always, has risen to the occasion, providing a space to reflect, process, and critique these shared experiences. Pandemic fiction, though not a new genre, has gained renewed importance in contemporary literary studies. Classic like Albert Camus' The Plague and Mary Shelley's The Last Man offer profound insights into humanity's responses to widespread disease, with themes of isolation, mortality, as well as resilience. Camus' novel captures the existential dread of living through a prolonged health crisis, while Shelley's work is a visionary exploration of loneliness in a world devastated by disease. More recent pandemic and post apocalyptic fiction has further enriched this genre by addressing the anxieties of modern life. Emily St. John Mandel's Station 11 examines the aftermath of a global flu pandemic, emphasizing art's role in preserving humanity's essence amidst chaos. Lingma's Severance critiques the relentless monotony of late stage capitalism through a pandemic narrative, while Sarah Hall's The Carhulan Army imagines a dystopian British where environmental and societal collapse prompts women to create a militant survivalist utopia. Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower situates a pandemic within the broader framework of environmental and societal breakdown, making it both eerily prophetic and deeply relevant to contemporary readers. These narratives, classic and contemporary, not only portray the physical and societal consequences of pandemics, but also delve into psychological, moral, and philosophical questions. What does it mean to the human when society disintegrates? How do pandemics force us to confront our interconnectedness, privilege, and fragility? By studying pandemic fiction, we certainly uncover valuable insights into human behavior and the possibility of renewal, reminding us that stories help us navigate crisis, imagine futures, and create meaning even in the face of despair. Currently, the impact of social media is also there on literary trends and discourse. So it is yet another significant force reshaping the literary world today. Platforms like Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and others have created new ways for writers to reach audiences and for readers to engage with literature. These platforms enable real time interaction between authors and readers, offering a unique form of dialogue that was previously absent in the traditional publishing world. One of the most significant shifts driven by social media is the rise of micro literature. Platforms like Twitter, with its 280 character limit, encourage short form writing, resulting in the emergence of literary works that are concise. The phenomenon of Instagram poets, writers like Rupi Kaur, Langleaf, and others, demonstrate how social media can change the relationship between author and reader. These poets often pair their work with visually appealing graphics or images, creating a hybrid form of storytelling that draws on both words and visual elements. These writers have found large global audiences by using social media to self publish and market their works, bypassing traditional publishing systems. Their rise to fame underscores the increasing democratization of literature, where anyone with access to the internet can share their writing with a worldwide audience. In the 21st century, literature has increasingly become a powerful tool for addressing pressing social issues. Writers are using their craft to advocate for justice, fight for human rights, and raise awareness about issues like inequality, racism, environmental destruction, and political corruption. The integration of activism into literature has created new possibilities for writers who see storytelling not just as a creative outlet, but as a means of inspiring action and change. The rise of activist literature is seen in the growing body of works that directly engage with social movements. For example, writers from marginalized communities are telling their stories that disrupt mainstream narratives and challenge the status quo. They have provided an authentic and diverse range of voices, challenging traditional literary canons and opening up new perspectives on race, gender, sexuality, and class. In the context of environmental activism, literature has long been used to raise awareness about ecological issues, but today's writers are increasingly incorporating ecological concerns into every aspect of their work, whether through climate fiction, which is cli-fi, environmental dystopias, or nature writing that emphasizes the interconnectedness of human and non human life. Contemporary writers are using literature to provoke conversations about the future of the planet. Authors like Margaret Atwood, example Oryx and Crake, and Amitav Ghosh, The Great Derangement, explore the global ramifications of climate change, challenging readers to confront their role in an increasingly fragile world. The rise of graphic novels and comics has also played a role in this new socially engaged literary culture. These visual forms of storytelling allow authors to blend narratives with imagery in ways that can evoke powerful emotional responses. Through social media and digital platforms, literature is no longer confined to print, but has become a global platform for social change. Writers now have a direct link to their readers. For instance, during the Black Lives Matter movement, writers used platforms like Twitter to amplify marginalized voices and raise awareness about racial justice. So, the fields of language and literature are undergoing a profound transformation as the 21st century ushers in unprecedented change. From the rise of digital media and AI generated narratives to the prominence of translingual and hybrid texts, the boundaries of storytelling are simply expanding. As global cultures intertwine and technology evolves, literature offers innovative platform for marginalized voices, exploring issues like environmentalism, post-humanism, and pandemic studies, which we discussed just now. The fluidity between genres, media, and roles between author, reader, and text create a hybrid future where literature and language are continually reimagined. By embracing these frontiers, literature becomes a yet more powerful force for insight, creativity, and inclusion, inspiring a future rich in diverse voices, stories, as well as perspectives. In this ongoing journey, we are not merely rewriting the rules of storytelling or narratives, but redefining what it means to connect, create, and understand in a complex and interconnected world. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring and enlightening address. Indeed, we are really fortunate to have you with us. And it was a wonderful presentation and lovely address, and you gave us enough food for thought. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining with us. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you.
So, welcome back to the plenary session of today's conference. I would like to invite Dr. Sumati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and other
All right. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to introduce our next resource person, Dr. Shanti Chitra. She is a distinguished professor in the Department of English at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Katankurutu, Chennai. With over 21 years of experience, she has held various academic and administrative positions, including the chairman of the Mentor Development Program and the head of the Department of English. She holds PhD from Bishop College, Bharathasan University, and is a certified behavior and mentoring analyst. Her research interests span phenomenology, reader research theory, gender studies, with significant contributions to the study of authors like Aithan Iyer, Amitabh Ghosh, and other writers. She has published extensively, including 43 research articles, 10 in Scopus Index journals, several books and novels. Her notable works include The Fractals, Lonely Marriages, and Intimate Strangers. Dr. Shanti Chitra, ma'am, has been recognized with numerous awards such as Teachers Day Award from SRM University and Savitri Bai Phule Award for her contributions to literature and the upliftment of marginalized community. She is also an accomplished film writer and director with her film Yelbai, receiving multiple nominations and awards. In addition to her academic achievements, she is actively involved in various professional organizations and has delivered numerous guest lectures and workshops. Her dedication to education and literature continues to inspire her students and colleagues alike. She is here with us today to grace this occasion and enlighten us on gender narratives of vulnerability, exploring power, identity, and resilience in literature. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for the elaborate description about me. I would rather address myself as a teacher, whether I make films or whether I write novels. It's always the teacher in me who always love to speak. And it won't be much if I say that I extend whatever is there in my mind. I wanted to reach out to the larger group, and that's why I started writing, and that's why I started making films as well. Coming to today's topic, there is one line with which I would like to start with. Can we be strong without abusing others? Is it possible, or is it that difficult? Anybody would like to respond on this? Can we be strong without abusing our power or abusing our others in a way? We generally think that power is a position from where we can exercise any kind of a violence on the other. Now, that is the tendency which has led to most of the world's problem today. And if we are able to address that, I think yesterday was a world, day before yesterday, we find that it was the World Human Rights Day. All these need not have become a day at all, provided we all had known what is to be a human. And like any other animal, though we claim about civilization, though we claim that we are all powerful, we are educated, we are civilized, we are better beings, all that seems to be existing somewhere far away. We have not really reached it yet. We are only aspiring to become better beings, perhaps, or better human beings. But have we really become one is one big question. We have not yet. And this being the situation, I'll give you examples for all these, accusation which I'm putting on human beings in general. I'll give you samples for that. But before that, now, already when we have not even become human beings yet, we are already entering post-humanistic world. We have entered already. And as everybody spoke about AI, there are much bigger spaces which we are entering into, which we don't have even an idea about, like what we are into. We have not put an end to the hatred that we all have inside us, the animosity that we have inside us, the abhorrence that we have harbored for other human beings or fellow animals. And we about care. Do we really have it enough? That's one big question. Now, that has not yet been addressed properly. We have not become, easier. We have not helped the other being to live easily or conveniently, comfortably along with us. We have not allowed them to have their spaces. And we already are in the different space called post-humanism. Okay. Now, there is a word vulnerability in my title. We have not realized that everybody or everything is vulnerable. Okay, children are vulnerable. Vulnerable in the sense anything which can be since the beginning, is it? Just okay, so we think that we are powerful, but at the same time, we also understand that we are vulnerable. So it's almost like those who are vulnerable also have started believing that they are very powerful. And in the name of power, what do? I'll talk to you about 3 incidents, and then we will move on to. One is I'll start with, I think I have spoken about this before, but still, to what extent we can hate something. And for that, I would like to give a sample of the Eiffel Tower, which we have in Paris. Yes, how many of you would like to go there? So if you think of France, Paris, and if you think of Paris, the only symbol that that comes in your mind is this. When it was constructed, it was hated by the entire society of France, the elite circle, the artists, the writers. They all wanted it to stop. They wrote letters after letters to stop its construction, simply because, France, Paris, they were all planned cities, very beautiful cities. And then you find in France, particularly in Paris, everything was planned out, and people look up for, like all architects, they always look for the kind of constructions that is there in Paris. And suddenly in that beautiful city, city of love, it is called, and you come across this molten black metal getting erected and with nothing aesthetic about it. And people didn't really like it. They thought like you're constructing something which is so ugly. Can you imagine? So your Eiffel Tower was looked at like that. That's one perspective. So you can if you want to. So they didn't like it. So many artists, they felt that maybe this is a kind of a plot against their city. And you don't want it to go on with the idea of like this is a beautiful city, so you're erecting this kind of an ugly structure. Writers like Somerset Maugham, he used to have his breakfast under this. There was one restaurant where he used to have his food, it seems, his breakfast particularly. And he was one of the haters. So people used to ask him, like, you hate this structure so much, and why are you having your breakfast always here? He said, like, anywhere I sit in the city, I'm able to see this ugly structure. To avoid it, I'm eating here under this structure. Okay, so you can imagine to what extent people hated it, and writers like him, artists like him, they all wanted it to get stopped. In that generation, that particular generation, nobody loved this stuff. Okay, it's just a simple tower, like it's not even alive, we know. But it was hated to that extent. And we find like what is happening in this era? Symbol of love is that. Something which was abhorred, hated by so many of them is loved by now. They love it so much. Okay, so this is one. I mean, to what extent we can hate something which can be loved by so many people later this much. So that is all we are. We think like our ideologies are very strong and once said and done is done. No, it's not the case. We hate pointlessly and then we also love pointlessly. So what are we actually? That becomes another big question. Second incident I would like to mention here is, have you come across, we have a speaker from Tennessee tomorrow, right? This is somewhere in 1916 or 1919 in Tennessee. This happened. There was one elephant, circus elephant. Her name was Mary. Okay, Mary was a very simple and loving kind of an animal. She didn't. Nobody had to torture her to train her. Okay, nobody had to punish her to train her. She simply loved performing and performance came naturally to us. So the trainer never did he have to inflict any pain on her to train her. All right, so Mary never suffered. Okay, so if anybody teaches her to perform, she'll easily learn it. And she loved audiences, attention, claps. That encouraged her a lot. Now, one day what happened, there was a big performance which was planned. And in that particular performance, the trainer of hers, he fell sick. He was not to be available on that day, but it is going to be a grand performance and everyone expected, particularly for Mary, they used to book the tickets. So you can't simply ignore this and leave her alone. So what was decided was that they advertised that they need a trainer. A trainer was, so many trainers came and then this particular man, he was very hungry for a very long time. He didn't have food to eat. He was suffering from poverty and he decided why not utilize this chance. And he just told that he is there as a trainer. He believed in the hook that which is he going to have in his hand. With it, he can manage any animal because hunger was too much for him to handle. Handling elephant, he felt was easier. And he faked his identity and came and joined. Now, when he joined, since this is an easy animal, others like thought that he doesn't really have to become friendly with Mary or anything. So when during the performance, he was on her and this little one was going to perform anyway. But then there was there are several versions. One of the versions is that it seems there was one rind of watermelon or something which she was picking. Now this man, like, believing that it is his position of power and he has this hook and this is after all an animal, so he pulled at the back of his ear with the hook. Now that pain was new to her. She has never suffered. No, sometimes, like we, since the beginning, if we are insulted by people, if we keep getting beatings from everybody, we are used to certain situations. We are in a way conditioned like that also. Maybe preparing us for future. That also happens. Now here, she was never used to this pain. So when suddenly this pain was inflicted on her, she pushed him down and crushed his head. It was too much for her to endure. It happened in front of the audience, all of them. They called Mary the murderer the murderous elephant. Everyone was in a shock. They wanted this animal to get punished by all means. They all started planning. Like, it was chaos, but she thought that it is cheering. So she was happier. Okay. But then all these made all of them believe that this animal should be punished and punished in front of other animals so that other animals learn a lesson. And then there were different decisions being made, like how to punish this animal. Some thought that in a track, they are going to pull two trains in opposite directions, they'll pull her and kill. And then they were afraid of what about derailing if it happens, like that will be only a problem for them. So they kept on thinking, and finally they decided that a huge crane will be bought with heavy chains. She'll be hanged to death. And they did that. Okay. So this was Tennessee. This was America. Human rights we talk about, animal rights we talk about. Back then people cheered. They were happy, contented with the situation. Okay, so I told you one about the hatred that we had for that structure. Second one, this, like we wanted to satiate our hate for this animal. We believed in punishment back then. By punishing an animal, the animal will learn lesson, others will learn lessons as well, and all that, and we were satiated with this. Okay, and third, okay, how many of you love eating chicken? Yeah. All right, so almost all of you. Yes, and there was this little boy, okay, just like you, 5 years old. He was a lover of chicken as much are you. And he loved the way his grandmother used to make that particular chicken. And the moment there is holiday, he'll rush to her home and he would expect her to cook that. Many of us, I don't know, I don't know if it was the same with you, but for me, it was like when I was a child, meat is different and goats are different, chickens are different. Meat is different. Okay, anything which comes from them is different, but not they. Okay. So similar to that is the kind of an idea that this boy had. He never thought like chicken is actually this bird. Okay, so on that particular day, the grandmother asked him to go fetch a hen from the hen, and he did that. He didn't know like she's going to cook it. And he ran and then bought it and gave it to her. She, in a second, she slit its throat. And that was a shock for her. The shriek it produced, that stayed with him for life. Okay. And have you heard of this guillotine cut? In France back then, guillotine cut was the punishment. The capital punishment was guillotine cut, like a huge blade will fall on the neck of whoever who is accused of, and then who is sentenced for death. And then it will separate the body and the head. So he wrote an article on this guillotine cut. He compared it. This 5-year-old boy, like who grew up and then wrote this article, he compared it with the pain that hen suffered and then the shriek it produced. Now he compared it with, and then he wrote this article. It got published in newspaper. And with that, abolition of guillotine cut was established in France. Okay. And this boy is nobody else but Albert Camus, the writer. Okay. It stayed with him and he did that. You find the first one was people's hatred for one structure, and then we find like how it is looked at in this current world. Second one, we found that we were so sensitive only about ourselves, and then we wanted to punish an animal, and then we did that brutally. Till date, Tennessee suffers from that. Okay, today, they don't really like it. That identity about them, like what they had done in their place, not something which they can take easily. But it has taken certain generations for them to come to this level of thinking. Okay. And then this third story says, when you were sensitive enough that little one which died that day, became the reason for an abolition of this kind of a brutal sentences that were given in that country. Okay, and it brought an end to that. There was somebody who was sensitive enough to see it, correlate it with, and then was able to put an end to that. You get it? Okay. Now, this makes us understand that from time to time we've been growing. We have not entirely reached that civilized state of mind yet, but we are working on that. We have always been only trying to exercise our power. We believe that women suffer, women do suffer, but not all women do suffer. There is a tendency that we always have, like the moment you are secure legally, you would want to utilize it against. Now, that is the point from where we have to understand. That's why I didn't say gendered, I didn't say women-based. Gender, people immediately think it's only women who are suffering. All do suffer. As I told you, there is a vulnerable side everywhere. Okay, everybody is capable of getting hurt and everybody is getting hurt. In fact, if I ask you, how many of you will, how many boys can actually say that I don't want to go for a job, I would like to be a house husband? To your mothers, can you go say that? Many are laughing. But then girls have this privilege of like, I don't want to get married to somebody who would want me to send me for a job. And if a man says like, no, you have to go for a job, he'll be like, why are you doing this to me? Okay, are you after my money and all that? But then man doesn't have this privilege. Till the end, he'll have to slog. He'll have to work. And if he doesn't, we have also, sayings, adages where we say like Purusha Lakshanam, going for job and all that. So like he silently bears it. A girl would be asked like not to lift it. Don't lift any heavy objects. Go sit in the corner. Are you a boy? And then she will be taking it like an insult. But then look at the privilege side. Now this, like he would hardly be able to carry his own school bag. And he would be expected to go, you're a boy, do that job. He'll have to prove himself. If he doesn't, then, there are dominations, there are sufferings which he can't even word it. If he words it, then he's not boy or male enough. And then we do not allow another person to make his or her own choice. We always say like this gender you belong to, you have to behave only like this. Okay, we were discussing about like if you're a woman, then you'll have to give birth. If you're a man, then you have to have children. Expected on either side. If you're a woman, then you have to get married to someone and you have to go live in somebody else's house. If you're a man, then you have to have your wife only in your house. You cannot go and live her in her place. All the dogmas that we have given to both the genders. Men will be like, okay, I'll stubbornly make sure that I do it. But why is he doing it? He doesn't have any choice. Society expects from him as well to prove a point all the time. Otherwise, you're not man enough. Like if you'll come across a poem by D.H. Lawrence, A Snake. If you look at a snake, you have to kill it. Otherwise, you're not human. You're not man enough. Why did you let it go? 4 boys together, you look at a girl, you have to pass some comment on her. Otherwise, you're not boys enough. These, if you look at it from a pressure point of view, they're pressurized to do it. Ask a boy to go all by himself into a girls' college, like he'll be jittery. Okay, he won't. 4, 5 together, you're all together a different animal pack. Okay. But if you look at it from the vulnerability angle, you find like everyone is suffering some kind of a pressure. They don't want to get harmed. They don't want to get, we generally say no is something which is powerful. True. You will find that Han Can, in her Vegetarian, she talks about a situation where this, Korean literature, we find like K-drama gives an altogether different perspective. Now that's what we call as post-truth. Yet another area of research which we have to start doing. Please forget all your post-colonialism. Enough been done on that. Now, in this, you find like K-drama gives a different perspective. All of you watch it, right? Korean dramas, beautiful love stories where the men are always, the good men are always there for the girls. Read Han Kang's Vegetarian. This lady, she feels like she doesn't want to have chicken anymore. She feels like I won't have flesh. She decides. She doesn't make the entire family to decide it. Her decision for herself. The whole family looks at it differently. They start torturing her. They say like you can't say no to eating this. She is not asking others not to eat it. She said that I am not going to eat it. She'll be cooking and serving, everything perhaps will happen, but only she will not. The way she was tortured was to a great extent, not even, you can't even word it. All because of that. And few years back, we had a student from China. He came to India believing that all Indians are vegetarians. Okay. And when he was there, it seems like he wanted to become a vegetarian. His sister stopped talking to him, it seems. So he wanted to come to India so that he can survive. When he came here, it was a shock to him. Everybody has shawarma. What shawarma everywhere? Why, ma'am, everybody's eating like this? Like, what did you have in your mind? I thought everybody is vegetarian here. No, we're not. But at least we won't force you to eat it. But there, he was tortured. Like you behaving that was like, I mean, it was altogether a different situation for him. We can't even understand it. And similar was this Han Kangs in vegetarian. You find that women suffers that. Nobody has rights here to say no to certain things. Now, the day you will get that rights, I can say yes for several things. That is to a great extent established. I want to become this, I want to do that. That is given to both women and men. But can they really say no to several things? No. Okay, the day we will be able to establish that, perhaps we'll understand where we are going. Now, the point here is these are the areas which we have to start working on. The voice is unbound, which we say, where, like, how are we bound deep inside in every other aspect? Have we started exploring it? Do we actually pay attention to that? Those are areas which we have to work on. Post-humanism, I said, post-human is, there are people who have pacemakers installed in their body. So some machine is there in their body. And there are people who have artificially have inserted, not the, there are, machineries which will be used as hands for you. Half robo, you might look at them like. So insertion of certain chips to make you remember everything and all that. It's happening. Okay. Now, what do we call them? Cyber. Okay. Now, when these people, are they people? Are they part of us? That's another problem that we have. We are going to suffer very soon. We will find that we already have not overcome the discrimination that we have in the name of caste and race and language and all that, gender related. And we already are going to have another people who are actually half machines. We don't want to have them in our pact at all. Again, animalistic instinct of like, if you do not belong to my group, I will not accept. It's my territory. I have marked it. That hatred again that we are suffering from. Okay. And then there's another level of crime, two crimes which I'm going to tell you. But in the first session, you remember, Professor Rajesh Kumar, he spoke about that naturally we can learn language, the first language, but everything else we don't have to really learn it. We are not compelled to learn it. It doesn't automatically happen in us. We only choose. Please remember that. So two things that I'm going to tell you, I kept thinking like, should I talk about it or no? Okay. Because, I firmly believe that the media ethics of Singapore is beautiful because they don't publish everything in the newspaper. Okay. If somebody has committed suicide, you don't have to find that in the newspaper. Here, like, everything, like, eppadi nadandhathu, inna nadandhathu. How is that detail going to serve you? Now that kind of an ethics, they have. They do not like in your own building. Some sort of this act would have happened unless it really is required. Okay, where the awareness is required, only that will get published in media, news or newspaper will have these news only then, not otherwise. Not every little thing will have an occupied page. So now that ethics is what I was thinking. I kept wondering, should I talk about it or no? Okay, but then when he said in the morning that we are the one who actually choose to do certain things or not to do. So I thought you're all enlightened enough, intelligent enough, and human beings enough to not to get carried away by this and then follow this. Okay, I am in. There are certain lawyers with whom I am in touch with. And when we spoke about certain crimes, it was shocking, which is existing right now. One is, like, if you get married to someone whom you do not really, whom your parents are not do not approve of, what is happening now? Earlier, there'll be emotional blackmails like self-immolation, or I'll kill myself, you should not go get married to this person, or I'll kill you, okay, chop off your limbs and all that. Now what is happening? There is a very different kind of an emotional trauma that most girls suffer, and the inflictors are own brothers or fathers. Okay, they look at this whole interest of this girl in the other person as just a sexual interest, and they use words like, after all you want only this, why don't you try it with me? Fathers and brothers say that. Okay, yes. And this is the kind of cases which has been registered, and this is the level to which the girl will lose her almost mind, and she'll say like, do whatever, get anybody, I'll get married so that I get out of this house. Okay, now this is happening, and there are victims of such. The girls are not even aware of like whether what is being told to them is really right or wrong. If you go tell about this to your mother will be like, your father is upset with you. Otherwise, no. I believe such fathers and brothers must be immediately be put to jail. They need punishment. They know how to, culturally, you're actually making someone suffer, like something which you have been believing for so long. And then we literature and psychology department, we all understand something called the Oedipus complex. We still do not agree to that entirely, because when it is looked at as a complex, we deny even Freud. We say this is not us, we are different. But then this is the kind of a problem that is inflicted on girls. This, if you look at from the research point of view, you find to what extent we have evolved in expressing our hatred. To this extent, we are ready to inflict pain in others, and this is how we have evolved. Another incident I would like to tell you, people are still suffering to find, how will you book this person under what category? What penal code do we really have for him? Now here, all of you have your avatars? Avatars. Do you have your avatar? Do you create that? You don't, but then you know that, right? It seems there is another level of crime which has emerged, where cyber spaces are bought, okay? Where if you do not like somebody, you create an avatar of that person, you insert that person in games, and you do involve into all sorts of brutality with that person. You satiate your hatred through that. You murder, you kill, you torture, you rape, you do everything there. People are working on like what kind of, case can you, like, how are you going to book anything against it? So under cyber crimes, these are considered. I told you, I thought several times before talking about this to you all, because if you're not exposed to it, you should not get exposed to it, is another idea which I had. But then some of you are researchers. This is your digital humanities is one area where literature and psychology can work on. Where you find the humanities are gone. We talk about so many things like which is still is far away. How are you going to make things better here? There is a saying in Bible where they say, like, if you look at another man's wife with, even if you just had that in your mind or your thought itself, that itself is sin. So this is again, if you look at from religious point of view, sin. From legal point of view, it must be crime. And you find this kind of an abhorrence you have. We all already are believing that maybe we are living in a Maya. Okay, maybe this world is not real. Plato talks about eidetic reality, like we all have lived elsewhere. Okay, and then traces of it is there in our mind, and then we are trying to recreate here, and then we think this is real. But then Plato's cave talks about like this is not real at all. And then the religious text talks about Maya to us, where it says like we are not real, this is not real. We're just travelers, we have to go back to somewhere else. We have come here to learn something. In fact, world seems to be the most difficult place. And we made the choice to come here to learn something, and then we go. Again, a belief system only. But if that is the case, then what are we learning here and what are we doing here? If this is already as one Maya, then we are deviating ourselves and then we are getting into another level of illusion, that is VR, where we start believing that we are somebody else and then we play a game. As long as you're conscious of coming back, fine. But then if you come back here only for food and then basic needs, and you go back and then satiate all your needs there, you're alienated, you're away from the reality. Now, these are the realities which we have to start working on. Now, if you're the inflictor, again, you are also in pain. If you're the one who's, because of you, somebody is suffering, then that person, like for both, psychic help is required. Okay. So like, in what way do both literature and psychology come here together is this. This society, in the name of evolution, in the name of technology, is taking us to different levels. And all those levels are utilized by these human beings for inflicting pain to the other. And if these are the areas, then if we are working on literature, basically it's only it mirrors the society. It tells us what is happening in the society. And then we try to find a solution through. Can you please sit down? Now, if that is what our research is all about, if this is what we are working on, then we have to do lots of reading of both the society and ourselves and the literature that we have around us, which is created. Anybody, any question? Any question? I have something more to say, but before that, because it was heavy, I understand. Was it heavy or is it something which you already know? Now, this is the world that we live in. Okay, AI and all other the development which is going in one direction, we cannot stop it. We have to understand resilience. We have to survive in spite of all this. We can't let all these brutality to get inflicted on us. We have to save the immediate people around us. We have to be safe ourselves. We should not be the inflictor of all that pain to others. Now, with these moral values, we have to approach all the technological development. How easy is it or how difficult is it is the idea which we have to explore in our research so that we find some solution for it. It is, when Dean was talking about that, all the technology, it might put an end to so many other professions, true. And we are safe studying psychology, studying literature, true. You know why? Because we are talking about humanity, humanism, and we should be the one who are carrying the core values for all other human beings. When the rest of them will not know where they are going, perhaps we will be of help to them. Now, this onus, this enormous duty is there on our shoulder. We can't get carried away with the technological developments along with them. We are the one who can rewire the genes of such tendencies. Our education system will, right from the beginning, will have to start working on that. If you become teachers in school, if you become teachers in college, you'll have to have, you have this responsibility of creating syllabuses or curriculum which talks about these aspects, where you create real good human beings. And it's not going to be like, we are not different from any other robot. They also instill ideas in the machine, and we also are constantly are only, as teachers or as society, they are putting ideas in your mind. And you're getting a kind of a processing takes place, and then you choose what kind of a person to be. And interestingly, I found there was one topic about Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud was rejected when he lived, and he still is rejected in many Orthodox teachers' classes. They don't really like talking about him much. But the idea that he basically spoke about was that we are all born with id, and then ego, and then superego. How many of us do really develop this superego is the question. I'll just give you one simple situation, understand it, and then I'll conclude with that. Now, if you're in a situation where all that you are left with is one rotten apple, okay, and this rotten apple is lying there near a gutter, and you're 3 years old, you're hungry, your parents are not around you. You know it is edible. Apples you can eat. What will you do, or what would you have done? Picked it and eaten it? After finishing it, you'll be happier. No more crying. Okay? And then, same situation, you're around 6 years old. Nobody's around you. You're hungry. Same rotten apple near gutter. You know it is edible, but then your mother will kill you if she comes to know that you're eating it. So you just look around, your mother is not around, so you go pick it and then eat it, and you'll make sure that she never gets to know about it. Right? This is your ego. The first level was id, where satiation, all that mattered was that. Hungry, satisfied, you're okay. Second level, you were taught that this is wrong, but you make sure that nobody's watching you. Satiated, so id and ego is working together. You know it is wrong, but you do it. You make sure nobody comes to know. You're okay with it. Third level, you're 15, 16 years old. For days together, nobody bothered to feed you. You're hungry. And then, same situation. You might die if you will not eat that. You will pick it and you will eat it. But this time, maybe you will have tears in your eyes. You will feel so bad. You'll be accusing the world, the parents, the society who have led you to do this. If you feel that, then it is your superego. Okay? Your superconsciousness is developed in you, which is related to guilt. I did something which is considered as wrong. I want to blame the society for that. But then I had to do it. Nobody's watching you. You're not going to tell this to anybody either. But something inside you is governing you and making you feel that it is bad. Now, this kind of a situation is what is expected of everyone. Every child, when it grows, when it goes to a school or college or education system, must be able to develop that superego in you. Right and wrong we teach. But as long as nobody sees you, you're ready to do any wrong. You only want to escape the punishment. What about the inner self governing you? So in spite of all the hatred that Freud has harbored for himself, I think the superego consciousness which he has spoken about is commendable. Now, as educationists or future educationists, we have to look only for that. Our curriculum will have to have, if your AI and all other aspects of developing so much, and where we have been only are looking at all the vulnerable aspects torture us. Like if the marine world is suffering, it's because of us. If this atmosphere is suffering, it's because of us. Eco-criticism, we talk about, like, what is it? Who inflicted it? Us. Gender-related problem? Us. Can't we allow another person to coexist with us? Simple. But still, we have not found out any solution for war. The immediate accolades that one receives in any profession, it is only army. Or if you're in defense, people will immediately commend you. You're a great writer, entire life, you will not get anything. Posthumously, including Bharatiyar. Okay, they'll appreciate you, they'll do all that. But when they were still living, why is so much hype for this profession alone? Why are we not able to find a solution? Why not they getting used only for the development of this nation? So if we have not found out so much, after so many civilizations also, we still have war. Since primitive time, we have only war. Now, these are the perspectives level changes which we have to bring in our students through our research and through our curriculum. We have to understand that this whole world, this entire atmosphere, everything around is vulnerable. Okay, look at it from the gendered point of view, the power dynamics that we believe in. Let us understand all that and then accept that coexistence must be allowed by us. I should allow the other person to sit beside me. And when the person sits beside me, I shouldn't start torturing the person. My mind should not work on those areas. So if something is going on like that, I have to check what is wrong with me. So literature, psychology, it seems it's the most, in future it is going to be of need. Everybody is going to be in need of a psychic help. And then literature is going to go on mirroring. There is another level. How do we treat our own mother or how do we treat the maid in our home? I'm putting both of them on the same level because that's how we treat mostly. Now, if you read Clara and the Sun, we find there is this Clara is a robot who will become, this is the future of this world, where you order for a maid. One robot will come and then will do all the work for you. According to you, it's just a robot. But for the robot, it's doing a great job for you. All the codings, every decision that it makes, everything is like human only. According to her, she is not prepared for that you will be treated only as a robot. Just like how we find other humans suffer because of the way we treat them, this robot suffers as well. It would want and crave for love. Do we even understand that? But then there is, in our culture, there's something called Ayuda Puja, right? What do we do then? When we accidentally, if our leg touches the book, we say sorry to it. So that tendency is there already in us. So if this whole entire world becomes robotic-based world, perhaps we will be able to see that we can still perhaps treat them better. These are the basic tendency. Humanity or sensitivity to a great level is expected from us in the future. So power is something which we have to understand that without abusing our power, we must be able to be powerful. Okay, now this is for every situation. If that is possible, I think that is the core which we have to have for the researches that we are doing also. Why do literature research? Not merely for publication or just getting a degree. These researchers have these aspects in the mind because future is going to be about this. Okay, there is, digital humanism, we say, these are the aspects, right? Clara and Sun will play a major role. But then already we have not sorted out the basic problems that we have with other genders, co-human beings. Okay, and then level of crimes that you're going to face in future. So imagine the challenges that you're likely to have and then start working on that. The only basic solution is we have to become intensely human beings. So intensely deep inside that we be whatever we are, and then we talk about humanism to a great extent. Okay, so with that, I would like to conclude. Any questions? Any questions? Yes.
Actually, ma'am, it's very hard to answer this question because you raised a lot of questions. But then again, if there is a will, there is a way. If anybody wants to ask a question, you can consider.
Okay.
But if you have raised very beautiful issues, and we all can feel your empathy to all the human beings. But if we in the future become intensely human and leave the warrior side of our personality and all those things, if some future problem comes in,
Okay.
so what you think that's a bit?
Again, hypothetically, this question is understandable, but if we go on going to believe that there's going to be a future where we need the warrior side of ours intact, when are we going to become human entirely? Let that happen that day. Let that be a problem that day when we can still face it. Perhaps we'll let that be an issue then. Why be the machos right from the beginning and then lose our sensitivity, let everybody suffer? So let an era go on like that. I mean, this is not something which we can decide on our own. The entire world will have to take part towards that. Vulnerable studies it's something which is proposed by UN. Actually, there are all these while we were talking about rights. Okay, women as a right, like women's rights, children's rights. The point is, when we talk about rights, people do not really like it. They'll be like, okay, you're talking about rights, so I did not give it to you, or you have to take it from me, all that. But then just a word change, and then we are able to see it differently. Vulnerable studies, again, will not talk about rights. It will only look at others with sympathy or empathy, where we find that the other is suffering. So let not you be the one who's inflicting the suffering in the other. So we need changes. So why are we talking about that? Because when war takes place, let us face it then. But why we are not looking at everyday situation where everybody is suffering because of this belief that we have to act strong and then have to be very powerful. So instead, let us for some time be human first. All right. Thank you. Any questions? Any other questions?
I believe that in a way that we are vulnerable.
Please be seated now.
I believe that in a way we are vulnerable to something or someone else, and in a way we make others also vulnerable based on power dynamics.
Yes.
Other.
Yes, we do that all the time. We do that all the time, and there are certain religion also is based on that. Like Valala talks about when he looks at Vadiya Payira Paaka Modalla Vadinena, to that extent we can become sympathetic. It's possible in us. Looking at a plant which is not able to live, and then you feel sad for it. Like we have so many stories, Pari and Pannar, we have so many stories which talks about to what extent we were sympathetic. That is something which we have to start working in us. Like we don't bother any longer. We don't really care about anything. Earlier, if somebody comes and talks about like your features are not beautiful at all, okay, we'll get angry, upset. But then now what do? We take a selfie and then we are not happy with our own features, and then we give some filter and then change it altogether, and we won't even be recognizable. So having totally changed, then, but then still, if somebody comes and tells us, it bothers us. But then when we get likes for this changed face of yours, we are okay with it. And then another new system, it seems if you have not done at least 1 or 2 or 3 plastic surgery, then you're not really beautiful. It is, the market trends, they have created this. You have to have all those things. So where are we going? So where are we going to stop? Are we content with ourselves? So what kind of a psychic problems one is likely to face? So if you're not able to afford certain surgeries, then you're not beautiful. In fact, they look at you like you have not taken bath. You know how we will look at people. We won't even go close to them. So that is the kind of a beauty myth people are suffering from. Okay, you have to have, only then you're a model, or you're beautiful, or you'll be considered as human beings also. And then parallelly, you have your robots, your technologies. Okay, we are getting lost into a different level of world, which is waiting for us and which is just a step away from us. It's not just about losing our jobs. It's about losing our entire identity as human beings. Can you still be strong? Can you be resilient in spite of that? And be human. So we have to work from the scratch. Just be gentle to others. All your problems, all others' problems will be solved. Yes.
Sympathetic understanding towards the other abuse, shaming, age shaming, and you understand that they're not mature enough. That's the reason why they try to reflect their character in others. So being very mature and sympathetic and empathetic towards them gets misconstrued. And they take it for granted. At one point of time, then you ask yourself, why should I be good to them? Why should I be sympathetic or empathetic towards the undeserving lot? So there is a line where I draw, enough is enough.
Yes.
I don't want to be good to anybody any longer. It is your exploit.
Putting across such thoughts is essential. Again, let me.
So where do we draw this line of?
There are 2 levels. Yes, one is, Jesus Christ asks us, like, slap this side, show this side. That's one. Yes. Okay. And also, Lord Krishna, he has said that when somebody, like when Arjuna had to kill Duryodhana, Arjuna was asking, like, you are asking me to do something which is wrong. Why are you asking me to kill him? He said, it's just a body which has been performing badly. Okay, like, how long are you going to forgive him? How long are you going to just allow him to go on like that? You're not putting an end to his soul, but then you're putting an end to his body through which he is performing all this. The point here is, there is a level of endurance, and we cannot be allowing everything to happen just because we are better beings. We have to talk about that as well. Okay. And the idea here is, what kind of a person I want to be. Your question and his question in a way correlates. Okay. And then, like, I don't want war, but then what if somebody wages war on me? I'll have to stand against it with all my might. So that is also is there. So, but then I'm not basically someone who wants to be inflicting pain on others. But then when somebody is doing it, I have to put an end to it. I have to talk against it. Now, this talking against is not happening. Like, people are very silent nowadays. They don't want to talk at all. They'll talk about it among themselves. All alone, when they stand up and say they don't have this might at all, I don't know why. All, like, no matter where. Like, the other day I was addressing these students of Sikkim, of SRM. Again, they also are known only for silence. We have silenced them all over India, it seems that is the case. People don't open their mouth and ask or defer, or they do not say anything. So the teachers, yes, during Industrial Revolution, we find that how we were prepared to how to work in an industry. Go in line, put on uniform. When the bell rings, you start working. So the same system was there introduced in school so that you become that. Now I think, like, we have been silencing them. No noise, be silent, class is going on. And we have silenced them altogether. Much is to be worked in the aspects of education, our thinking, allowing them to talk whatever, but then talk. Develop some kind of an opinion on something and grow along with. Changes might take place. And then you will reach a point where you find, collectively your unconscious will be the same. So that goodness we have to reach, and that can be done only through literature and psychology. And these two departments, I guess, are going to be the balm for the rest of the world. You're going to be the solace. You have to work towards that. Your research should be related to that. A consciousness about goodness must be there inside you. Question your own goodness all the time. Is it really good enough? Is it universally good? Or is it just my convenience sake I'm being this? Or is it like I do not want noise, so I make everybody else go silent? Do I really am I really aware of what is the right or wrong? Again, the shades am I aware of? Okay, sympathy, empathy, everything is required at the same time. Like when something goes wrong, we have to also raise it. Beyond a point, to be silent is something which is only going to encourage the inflictor. Any question?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Any research in marginalized people on focus on the right educated of the researchers and most of the guides have that where it's done. And in that case, if you are choosing this, you are going to face a lot of problems or not going to face it is encouraged by the guides itself. It makes the student give voice or further people want to the vulnerable side, the marginalized section. To be more silent from the upper side to the upper tables. What is your comment?
No, I will not have a take on that. Please sit down. I deny that vehemently. I have come across scholars who have, one of my scholars, she is from Rajasthan. Please be seated. She's from Rajasthan, and Rajasthan, mostly education is not given to girls, and she belonged to that kind of a family. And this is just, off the record, I'm telling you. And she did her PG through correspondence after her marriage, and she wanted to do her research on the way women are treated, and particularly on Sita, okay, Ramayana's Sita. And when she came to me, I was the fifth guide. And she said wherever she went, she was denied because they didn't want her to do it on Sita. Secondly, because she has done her PG in correspondence, okay, their norms doesn't allow her to do it and all this. I accepted it because for me, any research is a research. Okay, you can't deny somebody just because someone later in the Viva, somebody will not like this presentation, or some upper community or lower community, the so-called ones, might not like it. And for that sake, I cannot deny research. Okay, now this girl, she was not even allowed to do her research because hers was correspondence MA. My question is, like, if somebody comes from Rajasthan, you talk about like ladki padhao, bachao and all that. And then you have norms like correspondence MA cannot do PhD later. If the person has the capacity to do research, is that not enough? You have to have the potential of or the aptitude for research. If that is there intact, her situation made her that. Otherwise, it's not that she did not want to go to a regular college. In spite of that, she has come to this level and she wants to do it. She must be given space. But then again, lots of denial. Like you cannot. We had to change almost the norms and several things happened. Now, the point of view is that many guides are there. They are afraid of certain researchers. They don't want. Okay, Taslima Nasreen, if you want to work on, they won't like. Sugir Rani, no, we don't want. Now, the point is marginalized. I mean, like such guides, I would say like they should be penalized, simple words. Okay, you're not there to guide them at all. What are you trying to guide? Your mindset, which is always is afraid of what will the world say. The world has to change through your research or the research that you allow to happen under you. And if you're just simply denying based on this, then you're not. Another sample I would like to say, there's someone who belongs to a high authority, and he's been saying that in my tenure, I have never given memo. So if a teacher is not going to class, how can I give a teacher a memo? What should you do to that? Now, this kind of a person will definitely not allow the so-called controversial, he would say, then I don't want such research to take place under me. So I will not. Like, please raise questions against these. In fact, I would want them to stop guiding anybody. We are not here to talk about things, camouflaging and then trying to show that nothing is real. People are not suffering. No. Okay. So if you come across them, please complain against them. That's what I would say. Yes. Any question?
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
No more questions? Or do you have and you don't know how to crack your silence?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
One another problem is we are comfortable in chatting. In messages, I'll talk anything, but then not in person. We're afraid of people, I guess.
Hello, ma'am.
Is that all?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
All right. Thank you
Hello.
so much for all the opportunity. It's been great talking to you all. Thank you so much. Question in the chat.
Thank you so much, dear madam. Your valuable literary and psychology inputs have enlightened us truly on the chosen topics. Thank you once again, ma'am. Now it's time for lunch. I think it's time and we'll break for lunch here. And I request you all to come back at 1:30 sharp. After lunch, we'll be starting the plenary session.
I request everyone to join at 1:30 for the plenary sessions. Thank you.